Hello? Hello? Hi. Get back to this. Uh, Dynamite. See you. Hopefully, my throat is not sore after the end of this one. I hope. I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. I did that too. Anyway, after saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy from Team Fortress 2. I don't have a problem with that now, though Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do. So this situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. She does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. Turn my head to see that Shizuna and Misha are looking at me. Shizune wants... Shizune gives me a smile that's equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There's no escape. We have you surrounded. Put your hands in the air." Hick-chan, it looks like we're together again. Yay, yay. Misha leans sideways while Suzune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. What's wrong, Hick-chan? Uh, I clicked too fast. Oh, okay, no, I didn't. Oh, Hick-chan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, Hick-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. I gotta get in the mood. I'm so happy you two are able to laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that both of you that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand with an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only two problems. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is and simply does not care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there's work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. Well, I just realized you're so close. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking back to how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh? Who? Huh? Who, Hick-chan? Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone? You think so, Hick-chan? Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. Hmm. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hick-chan. Why not? Shik-chan wouldn't get along with her. Why? Isha shovels around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lifting up and down quality present in everything she says. What? What? Does is she ableist? Are you ableist? Huh? You gotta tell me. Uh, just because, Hick-chan. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signaling everything she has been saying this whole time. Look, Shik-chan, a friend of my enemy is my enemy. It sounds so harsh, I'm not going to say that. You said it anyway. I know, Hick-chan, it's fine if you overhear. I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair. Since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand the thing Shizune is saying, and vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time, so there's never a conversation Shizune will be left out of? Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hick-chan. We finished with time to spare. I'm sorry, you had... It did it take you like an hour to do like 2 questions, my man? Those must have been some fucking hard questions. We finished with time to spare, and I decided to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly, the food so far has been subpar. Rhyming. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing amongst themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have time to go all the way there. What about the bill? Are they just arguing for the fun of it? Women, am I right? Maybe. Maybe they seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in class is busying themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks, what? The ones with actual boxed lunches mixed in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. But when I watch Hanako, it feels like I'm the only one who can see her. Almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I've started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. What to do? Hmm. Hmm. Uh, Unless... Oh, yeah. Yeah. I still feel bad for making her run away yesterday, so I better say something. Hey there, Hanako. Hisao? Only she remembers my name. Hey, I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. I didn't mean to stall her. I didn't mean to startle you or anything. I'm just new here and I thought I should get to know my classmates. As Hanako looks... Yeah. As Hanako looks up at me, I notice her scarring once more. It's a little bewildering that you can barely notice it from across the room, but it's so noticeable up close. Hey, hey, she has depth perception because of that right eye doesn't work anymore. So I bet it better be a joke in this. She depth perception joke that better be in the game. Oh no, now I feel bad. That's okay. It was my fault. Nah, it wasn't anyone's fault. It just kind of happened. So, are you waiting for someone? I saw you looking at the door before. Yes, Lily. I mean Lily, the blind girl. Annika only nods in response, and I can't help but wonder if defining people through their disabilities is a faux pas of the worst kind or just normal here. I guess that explains why Lily took off after her yesterday. She seems like a nice girl. You two friends? Yes? As if hoping for Lily to appear, she checks over her shoulder again. I think I'm making her nervous again. Hope I'm not disturbing you right now. No, that's not it. It's just easier if Lily doesn't come here. Because it's hard to get around the classroom. Not really. Aniko's gaze shifts past my shoulder towards Shizune. Shizune? Aniko nods again. What about her? Don't they get along? Aniko shakes her head. Clearly this is something she doesn't want to talk about. It does make a strange sort of sense. Shizune and Lily not getting along so well. Communication between the two would be all but impossible. It's hard enough talking to Shizune through Misha, even when you can see whose hands are talking. Hanako is so focused on Shizune that I'm the first to notice Lily at the door. Oh, she's here now. Hanako spins around to confirm this. Upon seeing Lily, she moves quickly to the door. Lily. Ah, Hanako. Good morning. Is the president here? Is the president of the United States here? Yes. Ah, good. Barack Obama. It's glad to meet you. Hanako glances over her shoulder at Shizune again as if to confirm she can't hear them, even though that's impossible. Unless it just kind of clears up, I guess. I don't know. I suppose we'd best be off then. Lily sigh in tone of what seems like frustration makes me raise an eyebrow. I guess there's some kind of enmity, that word, between the two. It's intriguing, but that's not really something I'd ask about. I'm sure if they wanted me to know, then they would tell me. It's only my third day here. I should try making friends, not finding out why people are enemies. They got a fist fight. Shizune was losing somehow. Still, it's a little funny to find out that this school has little feuds, just like my old high school. Even if people are more tolerant of others, they're still going to get on each other's nerves. Hey Lily, how are things? I'm sorry I made you run off yesterday. Oh my, is that Hisao? I didn't realize you were here. Really? It seems that Lily is a little embarrassed about being so frank in front of me. Sorry, Lily, I thought you realized. No, it's alright, Hanukkah. Hisao, please don't worry about yesterday. It was just a misunderstanding. If you say so, I'm still working this place out. Well then, I think you'll find most people are a lot more forgiving than elsewhere. If you're feeling a little confused, please don't be afraid to ask questions. I'm sure I'll remember that. Um, Lily? Lily gives a small nod of acknowledgement. Sorry, Hisa, but we must be off. Hanako really doesn't look all that comfortable here right now. Lily still seems a little embarrassed. I wonder if my apologies really made any impact. Mind if I accompany you two? I know I'm kind of pushing it, but Lily hums quietly, still smiling. I'm sure that we could accommodate you, can't we, Hanako? She looks at Lily, and then she looks at Lily, then at me, then she freezes, wide-eyed. Sure. Well then, shall we go? I'm sure Lily wouldn't do this so easily if she saw how scared Hanako looks, but can't be helped now. Declining after the deal is sealed would only cause confusion and problems. So we leave, all three together. Lily walks beside the wall, letting her cane gently tap against eh, 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 gently tap against it every now and then. Hanako comes along right beside her, so so close that she is practically half hugging her as they go. Although it must take her walking that much harder. Elise takes it in stride. As we turn around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a steam train. Hanako shrieks a little and my vision briefly goes black. Ouch. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking at me. Oh. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. Former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. She doesn't have 4 legs. Alright, she still has her thighs. Or she does, but they're not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs and shins and feet made of some black metallic or plastic-like material. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. Oh no. The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. Aw, man. Hey, are you alright there? I'm sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going, and you just kind of came out of nowhere. Sorry. She's looking really apologetic, in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about being angry or anything, since hurt puppies are my weak spot. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ouch. I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know this is and I know that this is, about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself. Don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. I rub my solar plexus to chase away the pain, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. Seems normal. Hey, should I get a nurse? The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded, until I realized that I probably looked worse off than I really was. Doubled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No need, I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time, and take a deep breath. She just knocked the wind out of me big time. That's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? It hit you pretty hard. It's okay. I said I was fine. Nothing's broken. No harm done. That's good. I was... Hisao, what happened? She's not quite up to speed for obvious reasons, but she sounds very worried. More than the situation deserves, really. Someone just bumped into me, nothing serious, just winded. Sorry, it was my fault. I was just going to get some stuff, and I was in a kind of hurry. That someone here is Emmy, isn't it? The little girl little girl. What you call it, Dad? Coughs quietly and shuffles her plastic or metallic feet, looking down at them before saying anything. Wouldn't they be metal? Metal's a lot better at not bending. Hi, Lily. Hanukkah. I guess the girls know each other. Do please try to be more careful. You might be sturdy enough to endure these sorts of accidents, but there are people who aren't. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously, like a little child caught misbehaving. It's so cute, I find myself smiling. I know that, it's just... I gotta go. Teacher will have my head. I promised to help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, but I've got to change and everything. Before any of us can say a thing, Emmy has already bolted away, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. Is that what those prosthetics sound like? Like someone with wet feet running on the floor? So Squidward once said. Does that kind of thing happen often around here? There are more rules in Yamaku than usual for running in corridors. But that rarely stops Emmy, it seems. She shakes her head weakly and offers a slight composed smile. I don't think there's anything we can do to stop her, I'm afraid. Shall we be off, then? Lily heads off along the hallway, and Hanako hurries after her. The route to the room the two use for tea is fairly simple to retrace, being still fresh in my mind from yesterday. Lily and Hanako quickly go about the business of making lunch. Before I can even open my small bag of food, Lily's busying herself with her thermos and tea bags as Hanako is setting out both of their lunch boxes. So is this what you meant by coming here almost every day? Yes, Hanako. Yes, Hanako and I usually have lunch here. It suits both of us, so we ended up using this room regularly. After seeing Hanako's reactions to me over the past couple of days, I can understand why this is a boon. That and Lily being able to get some quiet away from her class as well. I know they're blind people, not deaf. I take my seat last, and after Lily's poured the tea for us and sits down. Oh my god, there's 3 people in this scene now. Wow, there are 3 people here. The more time I spend with these 2 girls, the more I think they're a perfect foil to Misha and Shizune. Even without a voice, Shizune is direct and brash, and Misha seems to get along with everyone. On the other hand, Lily is soft-spoken and relaxed, while Hanako seems to be the shyest girl I've ever met. I wonder why. So, how are you faring in Yamaku, Hisao? You seemed a bit flustered before. Apart from getting lost every now and again, and being crash-tackled outside my classroom. Fine, I guess. You looked pretty hurt before. Are you really okay? For a brief moment, I consider telling Hanako and Lily about my condition, but then I hold it back. I can't tell why. But for some reason, I feel uncomfortable talking about it to these relative strangers, even if they have been pretty friendly. Yeah, it's nothing. I was just a bit startled. Judging by the two girls' expressions, I don't think that they're buying it. But in what I assume is their way of respecting my privacy, they don't press the matter. I guess that is one of the unwritten rules around here. Don't ask, even if people's conditions are obvious, like Hanako's. There's still bound to be a story involved. Uh, Everyone has things that they don't feel comfortable speaking about, and I think everyone here recognizes that. So, how long have you been in this school? You both seem to know your way around it pretty well. Hmm. Well, I've been here since the start of high school, but only moved on. But, but only moved into the dormitories a year ago. Hanako joined at the start of the high school as well. And moved to the dormitories when she did, if memory serves me right. That's right, since the high school. So we've known each other since then? Since I moved, yes. Hanako lives next door to me. So it's only natural, right? Right. Yeah, of course. Living next to someone is probably reason enough to befriend them, though I'm guessing Lily's blindness played a part in it as well. I can't imagine... Yeah, I can't imagine Hanako easily making friends with someone who has to deliberately avoid looking at her scars. With the immediate conversation tried up, we start to eat our lunch. What did I get packed for lunch? Why did you say what we had for lunch? Did I get a nice tasty bug? Did I get a nice boig? Did I get a popsicle? It isn't long before the bells are signaling the end of the break. Like me, the girls pack up their lunches as efficiently as they set them out. I guess I'd better be off. Are you going... Are you going to go with Hisao, Hanako? Hanako looks up at me, and for a second I can see that she's considering skipping class. Maybe just to avoid walking to the classroom with me. Yes. I don't know what to think of it. Hanako is really is delicate to the point of breaking if looked at in the wrong way. It makes me a bit nervous, but I push the feeling aside, trying to be as natural as I can. We should hurry then. Class has already started by the sound of it. Lily gives a nod of farewell as she bends down to take her cane, Hanako and I filing out before her. We walk quickly down the empty halls to our respective classes. As we reach the door to Lily's 3-2 classroom, she turns towards me. Isao, thank you for sharing lunch with us today. My pleasure, Lily. And with that, we part ways, Lily entering her classroom and leaving Hanako and me to make off to our own. She's still looking like she wants to run away. So, do you really want to go back to class now? Yes. Okay, then. I feel like I should say something more to her, but it's hard to come up with anything that would be appropriate and safe enough. And Lily was right. The more time we spend out here, the more explaining we have to do. We open the rear door to the class and walk in. The teacher looks up at me and opens his mouth to say something. However, as Hanako follows me in and closes the door, he simply nods to us and continues his lecture. This is the third time that Hanako has had her truancy practically ignored. There's something definitely going on here. We make our way to our seats, and I notice that Misha and Suzune are both missing as well. I wonder if it's some form of informal agreement with the staff, or if it's a perk afforded to the unique students of the school. Trying to make as little disturbance as I can, I extract the relevant relevant textbooks from my bag and start catching up. The class goes on quietly. The teacher seems like an okay person, despite the first weird impression I got, and the material is relatively interesting. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. It's as if he expects everyone. eh, It's as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. When the final bell sounds, I realize that there's still a lot of time left in the day, and I'm left wondering what to do. It's odd. At the hospital, I had 24 hours a day of free time. Don't don't you guys sleep, though? But here, filling the considerably shorter hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves, and I'm left alone with the teacher. Uto is examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his papers briefly, he notices me and furrows his brow. What is it, Nakai? I jump at him, addressing me. But I guess it's natural to spark some conversation since there's nobody else around. Nothing. Thinking about what I do after school. The teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he is holding. The teacher puts the cap on the pen he is holding and arranges his papers into a stack, clacking it against the desk twice. He seems very methodical, and for a brief moment I'm reminded of Shizune. But the teacher is more unhurried and relaxed, much more routined. You have no plans? No, just considering joining a club, but I don't know what kind of club would interest me. Go observe a meeting of someone else's club. Might pique your interest, I guess. But I don't know how to continue from there. Uto looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation. But I can't, so I have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people. I mean, the other students. I'm talking to people and everything, but I'm talking to people and everything, so it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about the disabilities. Like, it feels that I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them, and it's weird to ignore them. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The teacher scratches his cheek absent-mindedly, looking very unresponsive. These things are only an issue if you make them one. You can talk normally with someone, even if they're blind or something. Try to look behind the superficial. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid behind whatever they might seem at first glance. He says the same thing as Yuko did. I know they're right, but it's hard. How can you not consider, for example, Shizune's deafness when the only way to communicate with her is to talk through Misha or Hanako? It's not like you can ignore her face. But I'm interrupted by the door of the classroom suddenly slamming open. Teacher! Misha crashes in, hand straight in a enthusiastic greeting, her voice loud and lively, enough to wake the dead from their graves. It's dynamite. It. We gotta stop making references to things that, like, no one know about. Like, I don't even know if you watched that. I don't even know if you watched that music video. Because there's no one here right now. I'm like the only person who's gonna hear this is like watching the VOD. I'm getting meta. I think. This is meta. I'm a real human, this isn't meta. She starts towards the teacher's desk with her bouncing step, hands energetically swinging with the rhythm. Muto, visibly dismayed at the interruption and Misha in general, slumps in his chair. Mikado. Misha stops in her tracks and looks around cluelessly, as if she's sensing from his tone that something is wrong, but has no idea what. Yes? We have talked about volume control before. Yes. But she doesn't lower her voice at all. The teacher just rubs his eyes. So what is it? Yeah, so what is it? We need help. We are running out of supplies for the festival stands. This is a distress. She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So, go get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that? Plywood. Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more, and there was only a little. But that time we just took it all and went with that. Now there's like none left there, so do you know where there is some? I don't understand. How would I know? I'm the science. I'm the He's a science teacher. I'm the science teacher. Why would I know where all the fucking wood is? You want wood? Go outside. Chop a tree. Shikshan. I mean, the president thought that a teacher would know if there's a plywood. Was she wrong? Muto doesn't looks like he's in Muto looks like he is in great pain, frowning with his entire essence. And Misha doesn't get it at all. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible. Like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open while blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. I'm afraid I have no idea if there's any plywood in the school, let alone where it would be if there was any. What should I do? Perhaps try to find Perhaps try to find Mr. Nokia. Perhaps try to find Mr. Nokia. I'm sure he would know where to find everything you need. You have to pry them from his cold, dead hands, but that's a different matter. I don't have time, we're so busy. She holds her head with both her hands, looking as despairing as it's possible for a person like her. Even without noticing, she crumples the note she's holding against her hair. I shouldn't be fetching these things. There's so much to do, and we're falling behind the schedule. Muto looks at her gravely and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. I think it'd be better if he didn't. I can't tell if he's smiling or not. I wonder if you could get some temporary help. He switches to staring at me. No. No. He switches to staring at me focused. He switches to staring at me focusedly with a hard expression, as if trying to say, "Go make some friends." I guess I could give you a hand. You can? Thanks, Six-chan. You are really nice. She pauses, does a double take, and then points at me with her finger, yelping, "Ah!" and looking very puzzled. Come to think of it, what's Six-chan doing here? Class is over. You should be having fun. We just had a little chat. Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, Hick-chan? No, I'm not. Is Hick-chan in trouble, teacher? No, he's not. Muto sighs deeply, and I feel that I have to help Misha to get her off the teacher's back. So what do you need? Here's a list. I can try to find a plywood from somewhere if there's none in the art room. She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a bit. I say it'd help you, but this has no implications on whether I'm joining the council or not. Aww. Still, thanks, Hickshan. Try to be quick. We are in a stall building streak now. We must hurry. Hurry, hurry. She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Well, there you have it, Nakai. You have something to do now. Please don't sound so smug. Looking at the list with a number of items ranging from paint to plywood, all written with small, neat handwriting that is undoubtedly Shizune's, I heave a sigh. I'll be going then. Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit to the hallway. Classrooms closest to ours are... The classrooms closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side, with 3-4 on the left, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still, with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. Carefully push the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the room, a thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corner, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight, with big windows, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room, and something catches my eye, and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl curiously wearing a boy's uniform with a fork between her toes. A morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me aback even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I still somehow took her as far as a furnishing or a statue at first glance. Yeah, this seems like some... I mean, this pose seems like some artsy shit. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering that I didn't finish my sentence, and trying to think of if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Hello? The girl stuffs a forkful in her mouth, and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello? I was told to pick up some supplies from here. For some festival stalls, I didn't think there would be someone here. There isn't. That's why I came here too. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrow. He's just standing on the... Yeah. She raises her eyebrows as if she was expecting my observation was false. You're pretty observant. I guess it does. But who are you? Girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai. He's no Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Ren. Tezuka Ren. Ren Tezuka. Bazooka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. Kinda bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. While I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is... While I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is, she seems to have lost interest in me, is now gazing yearningly back at her food. Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are in the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then? There's no meal for you. You eat after lunch, but before dinner, right? Bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now, and my delicious box lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry. It's very delicious. What's much decisiveness? Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes, and with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. Shonakai, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, the school. From the outside, you look fine. Is your problem inside? I come to a full stop, opening my mouth, but not getting a word out. I can guess. I'm good at guessing. Better than most people. Ren cuts me off before I can answer. Her skirt, or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition. Maybe it's because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is a part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. Can't relate to Shizune's circumstances, or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be. With an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer was written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think there's anything in your head, and something in your guts would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine, unless delicious. The problem must be in your pants. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement and the sheer lack of tact is what it was the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically as Ren's eyes widened in revelation and astonishment. So I was right. There must be something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply to something, I spit out the first thing that I can think of. No, nothing like that. I have a heart problem. Arrhythmia. Arrhythmia. I said it. I blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. What would be wrong with his... How bad does the surgery have to go for you to be somewhere like here? Does somebody here have their dick? Did someone's dick here fucking blow up? How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down. She looks a bit, her head looks a bit vacant right about now. Uh, just gonna... Yeah. I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and a person with, you know, that kind of problem would have been really great. Collect people? People with different problems. Huh. So you just, like, go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. Hey, dude, what? Nightmare. Sees schizophrenic man. I wonder. Pretty much. I see. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away. But I keep thinking about what was it, but I keep thinking about what was said. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already or heard about it from someone else. Or didn't need to know about it like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hisao. I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities define us. What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens to study Ren from the corner of my eye. Her hair is burnt auburn, almost orange, cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and a lack of arms made her look very thin, almost scrawny. She's not particularly pretty, except for her murky green eyes, which flicker relentlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats. The distance and shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as someone would use their arms. However, I can see how this slight would discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabins and shelves for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable, so I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. So, do you always eat alone and this late? Or do you get the occasional visitor? Visitors... Maybe you are my first occasional visitor. I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof, if she's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh. Yeah, thinking about it, this girl could probably be good at soccer. I don't know. That's a bad joke. That's a bad joke. That is an awful joke. Anyway, that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fall silent again as Ren forks the last bits of her meal into her mouth. Look down in my hall and double check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So, Eh, so I think I have all the things now. It's very nice for you. Don't feel obligated to... don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you're going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping? I'm not sure what to make of this, but Ren looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Suzuka. You can call me Ren. I feel that a relationship is, at this point, good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine, then. I miss how. Then you are. Ren looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling when you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's not actually looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere. See you later, Hisa. There's something like a tiny smile there in her face, maybe. I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, "What an intriguing person." From inside, I hear a muffled sing-song voice. I heard that. What does she hear? Up! I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. Somehow she had gotten to jumping the distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about a global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof, as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait, more importantly, who's in there? There's no club meetings today. Tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here? You took so long that we had to come check what's wrong. That's no good, Hick-chan. She wags her finger at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy. Sorry. I got the things here. I was just going to bring them. I think you were up to some mischief, Hick-chan. Who was in there with you, I wonder? Misha signed something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. Hi, Raz. Wow, an hour in and I finally got a beer. We're back to, this game. I hope it isn't too long. Actually, wait. Okay, that's not too long. Wow, good job. Good job. You got more than 2 hours of sleep. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it, must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Ren, frozen in place, apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders. From suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it was somehow my fault that Ren is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello. Ren's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Ren directly behind it, looking at us, half interested, half sleepy face. Hello. Miss Tezuka, what do you think you were doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use the school properly for such, disgraceful activity. It sure is very crowded in here. I don't know, is this popular? It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune and Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs. Popularity side, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how's your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Ren looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. I keep wondering about my... I keep wondering about that myself, too. And... we'll think about it harder. Subisha signs her reply to Shizune. Her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Rin nods assertively. We'll think about it more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true though. I must finish my project before the weekend, and there'll be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. I like her, she's funny. I'm about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art classroom. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? This paint can't fit into my bag, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. Where do you need to take it? Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway. Me and the paint can following, since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quite quiet and empty now, that with Shizune and Misha gone. So we too leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 minutes, every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to another because a thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Ren strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching, or maybe I am walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka, too, of course. Or nod courteous. He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, but then turns to me, because obviously it's me who he had some business with. There's something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we will do a few tests regularly. But what what I want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything, and come see me if something happens. Alright. So how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than any biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people ask me that too, teachers and students here, my parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, but not so much for a school. Except this school. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends shivers down my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you've taken up exercising as I asked. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me? Not as such, I just happen to know a few people that spy on people. In other words, yep. But that's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. Pick up and lift the can up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. Stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back. Like it was never gone. Tezuka, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulders without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and dragged me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you are still in your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything. Like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I promise, definitely. Sighs me for a second, then shrugs, smiling back. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consultation to you. If you want to jog a bit. Consultation. See you around. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting, idly leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale light fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Are you listening? It comes off more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. And her seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality, too. Talking about that kind of thing in public. It's, but it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. Sigh. I don't know why this is so hard for me. I feel like there's some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. She keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. Like the Kaguya face. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital, it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building, and Rin leads us onwards towards the dorm. We stop at the small. We stop at the small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. Dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. So it's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall, made of some same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of a painting. Most of it's still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the gray plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Sacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from art class are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better, and it's faster too. She goes on a bit of a tangent, waving a little with her arm, or whatever of it there it actually is. Waving her stump. To demonstrate, even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around, and it makes me think I could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student's base. Special properties, as in the... Special properties, as in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago, and just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there's something I need to figure out, and then figure out that, and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost. Why would the hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So, this is your project? You did this? Yes, yes. All of it. Yes. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. That's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right way to say, if any. It feels that I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, so this is really awkward. You want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that answer already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she was at using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light looks pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what kind of... I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? Well, paintings tend to be flat. Not like that. Like that flat. You know, flat. Like some people are. No substance, no meat. Where there should be some. I know a few girls who, okay, I get it, but I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. Can't name any artists or artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. She shrugs her shoulders, saying to that. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying suit yourself without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if to look for something up there. Didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp, like the ones they have at the sports tracks, but there aren't many. Any. Ren sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Ha 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 ha, pair of hands, ha 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 ha. Hop. Why not? I'm not really sure if I can be of any help, though. It's just mixing some paints, you can do that, probably. Do you have a motor control? Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, those people who have some cerebral palsy, maybe? Not that I know of. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. She got hobbit feet. She's been walking around barefoot this whole time. I opened a few of the cans and poured some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paint flows lazily from the can to the bowl, like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sits to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision to the very last milliliter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at the best. Obscure at best. Add half splash of green. I crouch down and pick up the can of bright green. The other green. This green. I carefully pour some of the other green into the mixing bowl. Now that's almost a whole splash. All right. Is green a good color to add? No idea. Here the artist here. Is green a good color to add? No idea. Here the artist here. A hint of smile appears in the corners of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, I just have no idea. That's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. This exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream, but you can't remember it. Maybe it's yellow. Despite the impossibility of mixing color that, like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it much more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being boring on the plastered wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have between mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us say a word for the longest time, and even those short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues, as if there is some need to converse words and breath and sound. We stay here late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. There's your cracks in the paint. Katawa Shoujo. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of a fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of wakefulness. I linger under the blanket for a few minutes, gathering energy to rise up while making excuses as for why I haven't already. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying here for all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long pause, and the culture shock is still not faded, I think. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they are going to let me get away that easily. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. So eventually, I do rise up. My gamers. That was a bad job. Swallow the morning medications and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks to my condition, I was exempted from taking part in gym classes at Yamaku, so I didn't get issued with a gym outfit. I'd ordered some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe I tugged on the input on the wire from my mic. That could have been bad. I could have shit. I could have blasted you with the power of electricity or something. I don't know. The sound of electricity, anyway. I read that, I don't remember. After all, if I'm going to start taking care of myself, I can't afford to slack around. I'll start from the basics. Basics which include keeping the rest of my body in shape, along with what little I can do to strengthen my heart. Maybe then I can go back to something approaching a normal life, or at least something where I'm less likely to fall over dead at any minute. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the trek. Not just that, but it's a face I've seen before. The prosthetic leg girl who bowled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lithely, like a half-mechanical gazelle. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. Emmy, I think? She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy lope. Her prosthetic legs clacking ugh, eh, rhythmically on the hard track surface. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's something akin to mine, and the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog like he is oppressing me. I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health and his prompting me to do so. And even with things being like they are, it's only because I wanted to get out of the way early. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone who would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems that my former assailant noticed me on her last lap. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over. Good morning. Your name is Sasao, right? She grins, seemingly pleased that she'd remember my name. You may not remember me. Emmy? I knocked you over in the hall yesterday. How could I forget such an blunt introduction? Emmy has a decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. Yeah, sorry about that. Again. Well, so long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose I'll be fine. Great. I'm not sure she realized I was joking. So the spy consultant, the spy I was talking about, is that actually you? That's right. Oh. I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, I'll be honest. What? Are you saying I don't look like I could be a spy? No, this is more a relief. I was afraid he would have someone to watch my every move. Unless you are here to do that unless you're here to do exactly that. No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looks like he's kind of lost around the track. So are you down here? I mean, strikes a dramatic pose. Training. For what? Track. I see you're on the track team then. Emmy nods enthusiastically. Yep, I'm one of the better runners too. And modest about it too. Hey, you should join up. It's good exercise, you know. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. Nah, I'm not even sure I really like running all that much. Plus, I'm not into organized sports, you know. It's true. I never really got that much into soccer. I mean, I run around with my friends and all, but that's really the only reason I ever played. It wasn't for the glory to be found in the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. I see. Not that into the whole organization thing. But now that you're here, I guess we're going to run together, huh? Sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you going to warm up? Real men don't warm up. Oh no, you should always warm up. Bad Hisao. Woman. Woman. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, and I don't even have to stretch my legs. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple of times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. Let's go. So we both take off around the track, and I can immediately see that she wasn't lying about being good at running. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with a sort of wild abandon. I find myself concentrating more on running properly. And spread, right? And something about hitting on the balls of your feet rather than the heels. I try to match my stride with I try to match my stride to Emmy's, but it's pretty difficult. Apparently, I'm not very good at it. Maybe Emmy could help me with that sometime. I'm I'm really not feeling up to more than a couple laps today. So, in a slow walk and slow to a walk pretty quickly. Emmy keeps running and doesn't seem to notice that I've stopped until she passes me a second time. A second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my somewhat gasping demeanor. Finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Yeah, I'm not in very good shape right now. Emmy nods, then grins at me. Seems to do a lot of smiling. Well, the important thing is you started, right? Next time, you just have to try and hold out longer, then longer, and longer, and eventually you'll be great. I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now I'm going to go get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Yeah, shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcernedly. Nah, I've got plenty of time. I notice that she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? She... Another careless shrug. Not really, but I've got to finish my routine. See you later, Hisa. Yeah, see ya. Jesus. I'm not sure whether this morning's experiment was a success or failure, but I'll admit that I do feel slightly good about getting out there this morning. And like Emmy said, I just need to keep at it in order to get better, right? Practice makes perfect or something like that. It's nice to at least feel like I've taken some semblance of control over my own health. I'll have to try to keep this up. Oh, save time. Soap? Fucking mean soap. I head back to the dorms to wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. Tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall to put on my clothes. Out of nowhere, shadow appears in the mist, looming and radiating malicious intent. It bursts out of the fog. What in the fuck? So that's what they mean by censorship. One second. Let me just double make sure I am taking zero chances. Okay, good. Sup? What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me. What is your problem? I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. What do you mean all over the place? I want to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but I'd hold my tongue back. I finally realized I'm still naked too, and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't seem to notice the thing. His glasses are fogged up, but then why doesn't he wipe them off? His vision's so bad, it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog. You know, your room and yeah, that's it. Hey, I mean, I still had to get up, though. I mean, I still had to get up, though. Whatever. It's not important. Can I borrow some money? Puts on an innocent face. You know, I just realized that, uh, I just realized someone's getting in the way of text. Oh well. He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying to very hard to look very casual. It doesn't seem to work, as he's as transparent as his window pane sized glasses. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing feels awkward. Actually, somehow it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked. To say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush off the feeling with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome. Wait, why do you need it? Can you just give it to me? Because I had the goodwill to not to run through your pockets while you're in the shower. I could have. I exercise restraint. And in the end, it doesn't even matter. It isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. This makes no sense. If it's the thought that counts, I should withhold payment, since his thoughts were so clearly impure, and his intentions are probably more sinister. Since he can't tell me what they are, I say as much to him. I'm offended, man. But if that's your game, then fine. I guess I have no choice. I want to order a pizza. I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I need your help for the rest. I get some of that pizza too, right? No. Are you serious? Yeah. I would give you some, but you have class. You don't have time to eat a pizza. What about you? I'm not going to class. I have to wait for the pizza and pay the guy. And I need it. It's not easy. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see in the pizza. Everyone will see you in the pizza, and they will ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece. Then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It's happened before. That's how I know. Every day I plan my vengeance, so that when the people who wrong me order a pizza, I will be there, ever vigilant. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose, completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like 400 yen. Please, you're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza. It's not too fair. It's not too far. Yeah, it's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened last time I went out without carefully planning it out in advance. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something? Standing? Maybe wondering how I got there. Then out of nowhere, it happened. Like a flash of lightning, splitting the sky, like you split a sandwich into equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head. It's the second most shocking moment of my life. That's the first. What was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that, even if it's more like he just didn't hear me. It was like the openings of some kind of anime show. You know, like, there's always a part where the main dude is fighting his rival and they fly at each other and clash swords, and there's like big dramatic colored orders and zoom. It was like that. Both poo. Okay. So yeah, I need some money, please. Don't leave me hanging, man. I only need like 1,000 yen. That was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Kenji winces and makes a noise like a dying cow. A particularly disturbing fact, given that his baton is conducting like free. You're not supposed to be so tight ass about money between brothers in arms, man. Men have it bad enough. Oh my fucking god. Men have it bad enough as it is. This guy. Did you know gaming? Male porn stars only make about half of what female porn stars make. That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star. I'm on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda. Oh wait, shit. Uh, so maybe I am a porn star on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda. And you can't even spot me or crumbs, you bastard. Nobody understands. Nobody. Wouldn't feminists be against pornography in the first place? Oh, this feminist agenda stuff again? This stuff is important. I can see that you don't give a shit. At least he knows. But this is serious. But this is serious here. Feminists are a dangerous enemy. Make no mistake. You take them lightly, and you'll wake up in the morning and you're with a knife in your back. Bam! Out of nowhere. How do you wake up in the morning if someone stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. I thought you just said don't take them lightly. Well, don't take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat, but if there's some kind of war, like a big war, with men on one side and feminist forces on the other side, it would be pretty ugly. And that day will come when the feminists come out of their central top secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers." You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarters building. I'm thirsty again. Yeah. You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarters building. Where would they even hide that? I mean, it'd have to be massive. You couldn't hide that on Earth. Someone would notice from a big fortress with only women in it. But, you can do this? I can scroll up. Wow. Wow, this game's great. Who said it was on Earth? This man, this dude, really? I turn away from Kenji and start practicing frowning faces in the mirror so that I can figure out what kind of frown will best express my emotions. I got perfect one actually. Oh, I got this. Where is it? Isn't that one? This one. This one perfectly describes what emotion you should feel right now. Yeah. Yeah, that works. That definitely works. Which, unfortunately, means that he just keeps on ranting without any regard to sense or sensibility. Yeah, there's a war going on. A war not many know about. But it's a great one that will one day boil over and encompass all of the known world. Then we will have to pick sides. We will have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. Imagine the bloody battlefield of vicious conflict without end. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly. When I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight. I mistook the time the power went out for a feminist raid and thought the end was near. But then I realized that if I gave up, it would all be over. I was like, whoa. I knew I had to get serious, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. It's about duty. That's a pretty crappy movement, if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom and another naked guy. So can I have money? So can I have the money? He's blocking the way out. It's getting cold and I'm still naked and I want to go to class, so I agree to spot him the money. Awesome, thanks dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. It's the ultimate sport. There are almost no women bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. What about football? Bro. Bro, that is the most feminine shirt I've ever seen. I've ever read. Also, why don't you have nipples? Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with matching shoes or pastel green with flower accents? They're bowling clothes. Maybe. Anyway, you had better pay me back. I can pay you back and stuff, right? I don't have the time to elaborate. I don't have the time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know. Have to get to class. You're kind of in the way. Sorry. Yeah, I don't want to hold you up. And I have some stuff to do myself. The time has come. The time for what? It's like saying that. Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out of it. I was just going to. What does that mean? It's a big bathroom. So? I have to be alone or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, what if someone else comes in? Let's think of something. I give him my practiced frown and it looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see. Anyway, or doesn't see anyway. So I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though an eternity has passed since I woke up. At this time, I will never get back. I'll get him for this somehow. Right now, I have to get to class. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little too early. Then again, sitting alone here for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer that time with Kenji. The combination of fatigue, frustration, and boredom starts making me feel very tired. I black out for a second, waking up when my head hits the surface of my desk. Rubbing my forehead, I realize this is as good as a reason as any to stay up for now and stop coming to class so early on later. Eventually, I hear a tapping noise outside the hallway, and Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in this class, so she must have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanako. Lily stops at the door, looking hesitant, as if she was a vampire who can't come in unless invited. I considered doing so, because she looks rather lonesome standing there. She steps in on her own accord, though, after straightening her skirt and collar, as if it was of importance to look from when entering our classroom. Excuse me, she calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. I realize the silence might unnerve her because of her blindness, so I break it. Good morning, Lily. Isao? Good morning. I didn't hear you come in. I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I didn't say anything to her before. It's likely if I were to tell too big of a lie now, it would sink me. Well, I was already here, just asleep until now. Have you seen Hanako today by any chance? No, she seems to come in only just before the bell rings, or after that. Do you want to tell her something for you? Yeah, no, it's fine. It's strange, but I think we're the only two people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on my way here. I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess. You're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should. Punctuality is a good thing. I think so, anyway. Very busy morning today. The festival's coming up soon, and today is the deadline for event registration. Seismic budget reports and any other official paperwork. It could be that anyone It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the last minute. Maybe that is why it's so quiet today. Hi, hi! Misha pops into the classroom with Shizune as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that matches Lily. That makes Lily visibly flinch. Hi, Hick-chan. Hi. Look, it's a class representative. Hello. Wow, you typed that fast, Seismic. Like, you did that in like a second. Damn. Lily smiles, probably amused by Misha's or Shizune's use of the word look. Good morning. Of course, you're not the representative of this class, right? I'm not. That is, that seems a bit late to wake up, Seismic. Don't. Oh, shit. I pressed space by accident. Lily seems a little more guarded in her answers to Shizune than she was with me the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. Then I realize that Lily might actually not know Shizune is present, and she's trying to detect whether or not she is to know who she's talking to. For all she knows, she's talking to Misha, but knowing that she and Shizune are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizune being the one that actually talks. Why'd you go to bed at like 5 in the morning? What the fuck, bro? I went to sleep at 11 and at like around 11, I think, and I woke up at like 6. What projects? Damn, how complicated. I decided to help Lily out for my own peace of mind more than anything else. You hear early, Shizune? You were here even earlier than us. Isha puffs out her chest angrily. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizune's behalf too? What is it? She a homunculus? She a homunculus? Is that what she is? Is Shizune a fucking witch that talks through a medium or some shit? It's not that weird though that Shizune didn't like my little comment. It's true, I was here earlier than them, so me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted as anything. Especially to Shizune, who doesn't have the benefit of hearing tone to gauge intent. Here, I can start weighing whether or not I should apologize. Shizune has already moved on. Class rep, it's a good thing that you're here. We have to talk. Festival's coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has handed in their projected projected budget report for their events. Even the first years, except you. There is still time to hand it in, isn't there? Today. The deadline is today. You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have all the necessary paperwork days ago. But someone had to say the deadline, please extend it. Yes, that was me. Planning something on this scale is not a small task, and a week is too small a time frame to expect A whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. Do you want to know what's harder than distributing the funds for one class event? Handling the same matter for everyone, for every class in the school, and then some. The one who knows that is me. I feel like I read that wrong. Oh well. Misha puts her hands on her hips and stands up straight. Uh, hmm. Hey, where'd the music go? Where's the music? I just realized Don's still there. Whoa. I mean, still in school, so. Eh. Then again, I finished all my projects, so I don't know. Do you? Yusha puts her hands on her hips and stands up straight. Wow, she is really getting into that role. Into the role. Lily doesn't even look like she's very amused, though. Hey, Shizune, aren't you being a little too hard on her? There's still a whole day left. Please, Asao, it's alright. Lily seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself. If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed you think you have forgotten about it. I understand how important it is. Then, can I have it, please? Shizune, she might not have it on her at this exact second. It's not here right now. I asked two students to take care of it for me. Two students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence, much to my surprise. She knows about Shizune and Misha's efforts to rope me into the student council. She's all-knowing. She has better hearing than any human imaginable. She has a hard time. Well, I graduate in like a few days, so who knows? I guess this word must have gotten around, so now she's using me as ammo against Shizune. This just gets better and better. Yeah, but like, I kind of run out of things to stream really fast. Yeah, but then I'd be competing with Edit, and he has like way more people than me. And well, you watch Edit, so is Rez, and Perfect sometimes. Katie, probably not Pasta though. It was your responsibility. A budget report isn't something you should just be delegating away. As class rep, it's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for proper procedure is really just terrible. They completed it, being capable of doing so, but the students have been sick recently, so they could not come to the school and give it back to me. If you want, I will apologize on their behalf for getting sick. Okay. Oh, maybe he's gonna. Well, I think the main problem with me is that I, I don't know what to stream. Like, it has to be a game I would have to. I don't know. I just have to find a game, find out if it's streamable. I mean, hell, there's a. How far back can I go? Very far. I'm just gonna. Oh wow. I mean, he's not here. Why would he be here? He barely comes into streams anyway. Oh well, my streams. Because he's a bad friend. Oh, shit. He probably has things to do. Probably has a job. Not sure if he works at this time, but could be. Anyway, well, the problem like the main problem I have with like I don't mind the talking to people thing or the being in front of an audience. It's just I run out of things to stream really fast. Like things I would find interesting to stream, not like, you know, stream. I am no, I'm not streaming either of those things. I mean, I could stream Limbus Company, but that's not. I don't want to stream a battle royale. I want to stream what I want to stream, and I know I don't want to stream those. All right, like I could stream myself playing like fucking Helldivers, but like I don't have Dark Souls. I could stream myself playing like Helldivers, but like I don't know what I would do. Seismic, I swear to God, like whenever I do actually go into Helldivers, I literally just go in, see what's happening on the uh fucking table, uh go like okay, and then quit out because it's kind of boring without like friends. Because I do play it with friends, so I have that. Not really. This is very quickly turned to fucking me. Wow, thanks. I never thought of that. How that's such a good idea, Seismic. I never thought of that. I would have never thought of that. stream, stream making for how the fuck? I just need to bother Edit enough to have him invite me into the collab Discord, and then I can be in collabs. That's all I need to do. I just need to bother him enough. All I need is all I need is a I need some chocolate, a all I so to get edit into I am not edit 2. I swept. I need to so to convince edit into letting me into the collab Discord, I need a box of chocolates, uh some milk, a tack welder, and like 2 or 3 tropical leaves. That's all I need. I, where am I going with this? Gonna what is this? What am I talking about? What is this bit? What is this? What is this? What am I doing with my life? This is quickly turned into me talking with chat with this in the background. This is just bring some spam. Yeah. If I'm the one that went through puberty, Wouldn't he be edit too? Because he's the younger one. Wouldn't that be the because if I went through puberty and he didn't, then that means he's not old enough to have gone through puberty yet. So that means he's not. I would say call me liquid edit, but I no no that would be funny, but no I still don't want to be called edit. All right, I am my own person. I am different. I say fuck and ass. Seismic. Seismic. I will go to your home. I will take every cooking utensil out of your fucking drawers and use them to make a gun to kill you. I'm not going to load the gun. I'm just going to beat you to death with the gun. Okay? I'm glad we've come to an understanding. I don't like him calling me. I don't like. I just don't like him saying I'm just edit. All right, I am a different person. I am a different human. Seismic, you have 8 hours. You have 8 hours. I'm not specifying what's going to happen after 8 hours, but you have 8 hours. I am my own different person. We're similar, but we're different. All right. People can be similar. Waiting for what? That's the real question. If I was unfiltered, I would have said the N word at least once by now. But I am filtered. Not in this conversation, just earlier in the stream. I should probably get back to playing the game. Stop calling me that. Our names aren't even similar. Please. That is not the difference I'm talking about, Seismic. Alright? I think he hurts. I'm sorry, what? That was edit. I fuck. That was that was edit, not me. I am in the bottom right of the screen. That is me. I don't have problems pronouncing words unless it's fucking foreign or I have literally never seen it before. Also, I can read, much unlike edit. All right, big differences. I swear, I can actually read. I don't know. I don't know him personally enough to name anything else. I mean, for all I know, I mean, we could look the same, like in real life, but uh, I don't know if he wears glasses. I haven't eaten spam like in a couple months, and even when I tried to cook it, it was on a pan. I think. I hope. I don't remember what else I did with it. Actually, I don't even know if I. I think I put it in the oven. I like the whole thing. I sliced it, but okay. Back to the game for realsies. Yeah, I'm better than edit. Uh, you can't spell. You're illiterate. Uh, I am better than edit, but don't call me edit too. That's also I'm better at games than him. That's the important part. Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizune doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Lily's daring and jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge. Lily, don't they live here at the school? That's a 5 minute walk, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents them from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives to drop something off that will affect their enjoyment of their entire class? None of those are how you say my name. None of them. None. You could at least be creative, you know? You could be creative, come up with a actual name, because, analog, and then laserdisc, and then edit, and then me. I'm not related to them, but I know I'm literally younger than him. So like, No, no, no. 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 I want my legacy to be better. I want my legacy to include hot bitches and champagne and blackjack and hookers. Lily opens her mouth to say something, but Shizune closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands around like an orchestra conductor. Okay, but she can't see, and I don't think she would have the time to learn sign language. Why? She's throwing up gang signs. Isha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal. And what's with that attitude? I said that it's not something you should be delegating away. Are you the class representative or aren't you? Tell me the names of those two students. I need names. They should have your job if you can't even handle something this simple yourself. One farm isn't the full extent of what I'm supposed to take care of. Lily's tone is growing slightly impatient, but she is doing a good job of not letting Shizune see how unsettled she is becoming. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Shizune, on the other hand, wraps her fingers cheerfully along the edge of her glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is. Of course, you do so much, class rep. It must be so difficult being you. Lily, Lily tightens her lips at Misha's words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha delivers them without even a hint of the sarcasm which they were meant to have. Shizune and Lily don't like each other. That much is clear, which is exactly why I assume fans of this ship. But this seems a little much. It seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back. Oh my god. I was act. What the fuck is this scene? What is this? What is this? What is this song called? Cold War. I was actually just discussing the budget report before you came by. You must be very talented to have finished all your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down to make sure I don't forget my own. Are you accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself. I don't think so. That would be a very difficult thing for me to do, comparing myself to you. You're right. The difference between us is like heaven and hell. And it's not hard to guess which one you might represent. The air between them ripples with heat of an enmity. How the enmity sounds weird. I assume that's how you say it. Well, not really. They can't disguise it anymore. Shut the fuck up. Even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of this conversation. Step back to reality. Hick-chan, don't you slack off either. What are you talking about? Are you taking part in the festival, Hick-chan? You are, aren't you? Then, I hope you're going to do a lot more to make sure it goes smoothly than this person. I'm doing my part. I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Uh, okay, you two. you're a little bit of a prick. You're just Sir Voice Box. Hey, I'm the new guy, remember? It's not like I could have done much, even if I wanted. That's right. You shouldn't expect a transfer student to jump right into it on his first week. Lily taking my side feels oddly comforting, so I decided to back her up too. Yeah, you're being unreasonable with us both. What? Excuses, excuses. Miss Class Rep has had plenty of time to deal with her report, and we repeatedly offered you a position to help with the student council work, but you refused to commit yourself to making the festival a success. Yeah, but as I said back then, I'm not sure if I don't have time for this right now. No matter what I do, it will mean being drawn into a conversation with Shizune, and that is what she wants. Whatever, forget it. Turn my back to them. Lily, class is going to be starting soon, so we can. Okay, bye. So we can talk more later. I'll tell Hanako you were looking for her. I can feel Shizune freezing. Maybe this is the first time she has ever been ignored in such a blunt manner. Thank you, Sao. I'll leave now then. She gives me the sweetest smile I've seen all week, and turns her heels to make her exit. As soon as Lily walks out the door, I suddenly start feeling reluctant about turning to face Suzude. Bro, I'm gonna turn around. It's just like the screen is just her face. I can feel her eyes burning into my back and can't bring myself to look at her. She must be furious. I keep expecting Misha to say something to alleviate the tension, but it really is wanting too much. And in the end, I go back to my seat and listen to the sound of Shizune's footsteps as she marches out of the room. She doesn't return until a few minutes before class. Speaking of being right back, I kind of need water. I'm also a little hungry. So, mute that. So y'all get to see the brand new I'm not here right now screen. Okay, I'm back. Got water. Didn't get any food though. Mainly because I didn't know what to get. I don't know. Hanako doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. I have to tell her that Lily was looking for her if I see her later. After the events of this morning, the class is pretty boring in comparison. I turned the pages of my textbook lazily. I have a bit of catching up to do, despite trying to keep up with my studies at the hospital, but I'm not feeling that enthusiastic about it. A clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead of opting to cover the boards and rows of equations taken directly from the book. The rhythmic clashing of chalk on blackboard seems to synchronize perfectly with the ticking of the clock. More water. I start to copy down the equations just to pass time, even though they are right there in the textbook. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry because I have nothing to do, so I stay for a while, reviewing what we covered in class today. I prefer to leave last anyway, so I don't have to deal with crowding in the hallways. I notice Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind talking to someone from another class. Shizune is signing so fast that her hands make noises like swords cutting through the air. Maybe there's pent-up anger in there. Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear she can barely manage to even understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Shizune signs to the point where her wrists crackle, and Misha's struggling to spit it out in word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters, and then on top of that, she has sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished, and the girls sit down on their seats again. Wow, I'm so tired. She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. I'll use the opportunity to reconcile with Shizune a bit, without getting roped into the student council thing again. Though I suspect that door is closed for me. Is now closed for me. Good! Now they won't bother you. They won't bother me about it anymore. I guess Ikisao about it anymore. I don't fucking know. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed. Indeed. The people in the school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whether I see people idling around before and after the classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizune scoffs at me first, as if trying to decide whether to ignore or sneer at me. But in the end, she starts signing without doing either. Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slightly unfocused eyes. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Isha translates her signing into speech for me. Really now? She she does it so well, it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. She must have practiced it vigorously. Well, of course, we're in the student council, you know, so we're pretty busy. Busy. Yeah, busy. Australian. It's an important duty of ours to ensure the success of the festival with all our strength. We should shame ourselves in front of the past past student council generations if the festival were to fail. We would shame our whole family bloodline. That's why there must be no flaws. I think those encumbrances. No, nothing that might make the festival short of perfect. Jizune's passionate speech and Misha's enacting are really oddly fitting of them. Oh, hello. Oh, hey, look, it's Hanako. I look over my shoulder and see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door. Hey, playing delinquent again? Hanako blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest. Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away. What's this song called? Look down and start backing away to the point where only her fingers can be seen wrapped nervously around the edge of the door. Maybe she's showing her dislike of Hanako by association of her dislike of Lily. It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it well. What is it, Hanako? Has Lily been here? Sorry, I haven't seen Sato. She came by in the morning. Hanako keeps looking uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Obliterate her mind through the power of I. Of course, Shizune isn't going to look away, and she is intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. It is a little comfort watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behavior. This is what happens when two people of two different extremes meet, it seems. Do you know where she is? If she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom working on her festival project. But who knows where that woman is loitering at? You need to find her. She was looking for you in the morning, but I guess you have missed each other. You live next to each other. Your dorms are like right next to each other. Why? Why am I complaining? She probably just left earlier. Yeah, I can come with you if it's okay. Hanako nods fractionally. So like a little. Okay. Still on guard, her shoulders stiff like wood. I get the feeling that she might be more comfortable by herself after all, but it's too late to back off now. She has this really troubled expression she seems to almost wear constantly, one that makes me constantly be on guard myself. I wonder why. I kind of understand why she always seems to be so wary, or maybe more like why there could be a person like her. But I still have no idea how I should act around such a person. It's dinner time soon. Are you planning to eat with Lily? She nods slightly. So she must have been trying to get in the cafeteria. Well, there's something of a dinner crowd, just like the cafeteria is crowded during lunch. Okay, where is the music? Honestly. Honestly, where's the music? Where's the music? I, where? It's not as bad because dinner time is longer than lunch hour, but I can understand why Hanako could be discouraged from going in. I pick up my bag and we take our leave. Hanako skips a little to meet my initial pace, so I slow down to match her speed. It doesn't take long for us to be walking in a comfortable pace down the hallway. It almost feels like we're going for a stroll together, something that I can't say I've really done before with a girl. Hanako doesn't seem to be thinking the same thing though. Even though we are walking at the same pace, she never comes within arm's reach of my. I guess she's still a little uncomfortable around me. Given how shy she is, there doesn't seem to be much helping it, at least for now. By the time we arrive at the cafeteria, there's not much of a crowd there, but Lily is nowhere to be seen. Hanako's, Hanako's head sinks even lower than usual. Have you looked somewhere else already? Just at the library, I was reading. So she does spend the classes she skips at the library. So not exactly thorough search then. Well, if I had to guess, she'd be in her own class, like Shizune said, right? Right. Not even her hands burned. With the slightest of nods, Hanako agrees with my reasoning. God, she's being so awkward. It's like I need double layered silk gloves, padding to even begin interacting with her. Some small talk might help her become a bit more used to me. It isn't hard to tell that the silence between us is hovering on the edge of both our minds. So you and Lily usually, I was kind of hoping there would be options like normal small talk options. Hey, how did you get burned? So you and Lily usually hang out together after class, right? Yes. Not quite sure what I expected from her, nor why I even asked the question. That much was rather obvious after all. She doesn't seem to like the type of she doesn't seem like the type to cultivate a social circle either, so I suspect that Lily may well be her only friend. Might be a pain being in different classes, I'm guessing. She gives a sharp, almost reflexive nod. Compared to Lily's careful thought about her actions and speech, Hanako hastens to make her answers as prompt and short as possible. Lily comes by the classroom, though, even when she's busy. She gives a small smile as she says it, evidently appreciating the fact that Lily goes out of her way to help her. It's pretty cute, really. There isn't any need to say more. Both of us content that the discussion's reached an end. Wait, what? Oh. As we descend the stairs back to the lobby, we are met by a group of students heading downstairs, like a school of fish, moving from one feeding area to another. They seem to be They seem to be keeping mostly to themselves, but before I can notice her doing so, Hanako's moved around behind me. There, you alright? Just keep going. Students pass us without as much as a second glance, and Hanako takes up position to my side again as we enter the building, her momentary reprieve from her anxiety all but snatched away. As we climb towards the third floor, she doesn't seem to relax. It isn't as if I've only known a shy person before, or even shy girls, but Hanako seems to be pretty far beyond what I'd call normal inner fear of other people. If it weren't for Lily acting as a mediator, I doubt Hanako would have even been able to walk beside me like this. She seems to completely shut down in presence of others. The rest of the walk up to Lily's classroom continues in strained silence, while I rue today her inability to socialize at all. After we make our way up the stairs, the noise coming from Lily's classroom is audible from halfway down the hallway. I wasn't expecting such a din at all. Well, I guess we found her. This wasn't hard. Did Hanako come here first, and then come to me for backup, I wonder? Well, if that's true, then at least she's starting to trust me a little. That can only be a good thing. Eventually, the two of us reached the door to Class 3-2, with Hanako less than subtly positioning herself behind me. I opened the door. Ah, there's a fan. Besides a hive of activity, seemingly every student in the class talking at once as they work hurriedly on their separate tasks. Going by the paint cans, decorations, and banners being made, it must be for the upcoming school festival. I guess my first priority should be finding Lily. There. Finding her amongst the den is surprisingly easy, not the least because of her looks. Nice cool water. Eh. Can barely even tell if my mouse is visible. Like on the stream. Whatever. With a couple of students gather around her as she stands at the front of the class, she seems to be in charge of the preparations, or at least busy organizing them. Carefully negotiating a path through the various students hunched over the floor for lack of desk space, I raised my hand entirely out of habit as we finally reach Lily. Hi, Lily. She perks her head up as she breaks off talking to a noticeably smaller girl who must be her classmate, trying to listen as best as she can. Sorry, who? Sorry, Hisao. I have Hanako too. Hi. She's pretty skittish concerning the number of people around. It isn't too hard to work out why. Hey, I thought this was the blind classroom. Lily takes a moment's pause to assess the situation before turning to the other student again, once again. For the moment, just ask Moria for his advice. Kenji's busy with... oh god, he's in here. For the moment, just ask Moria for his advice. Kenji's busy with painting one of the banners already. It's a visual novel. There's no winning or losing. There's just reading. So in that case, yes. A quick nod and she bounces off, fingers carefully sliding along the wall's face for orientation. Well, he probably doesn't even know I'm streaming. Because he's not a good friend and he's not joining my Discord server. Which you should do right now, a person who is probably watching the VOD, you should join the Discord server. It's in the description. You should join it. A quick nod and she bounces off. Wait, no, I already read it. Wait, Kenji? That Kenji? Quickly turn around, leaning to the side to see past Hanako. Give it a maybe. Sure enough, in a corner of the room, Kenji's hunched over a sheet of cloth as he paints over it. His eyes remain only inches from the brush, reminding me of how close he had to be to make out my face when I met him. Sorry about that. Our class doesn't have many students, with even partial eyesight, so they're in high demand. That's right, class 3-2 was specifically made for students with poor vision. Preparing for the festival must be pretty arduous for them. Need a hand? I could give you help if you need some. Hey, you forgot something, Seismic. You forgot something. How dare you forget something? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Thank you. Need a hand? I could give you help if you need some. Maybe Hanako could help. Could too. A chance to set her mind on something would do her good, but I doubt she has the courage to ask outright. She quickly nods in affirmation afterwards. Like what we could see. So I'm confident I made the right move. Lily gives a noticeable sigh of relief. Ah, that's good. This might actually get finished before everyone goes off to dinner now. Would you be able to help the person painting the main banner? It's a big task for him to do, but nobody else can help. Oh no. Kenji. Sure. She seems quite surprised that I know him. Can't really blame her. I take it you've met? Our room, our rooms in the dorm are right next to each other. Hard to miss each other, really. Well, it's good you're getting friends so fast. Friend. Wonder if that's the right word to use for him. Hanako's silence during the proceedings reminds me of the reason I put her up to helping in the first place. We'll go help him then. He knows what needs doing, right? That's right. Just ask if you have any problems. Chorusing? Chorusing in a sense. I've never seen these words together. Also, what does chorusing mean? Hanako and I begin another trek across the classroom. Kenji sits crouched on the floor, his gaze fixed on the white calico in front of him. Hey, Kenji. No answer. He continues dragging his paint-soaked brush along the large, half-painted kanji that's sketched on the sheet and pencil. Kenji. Huh? What? Who is it? This is the way he treats class members. It's no small wonder he's working on this alone. It's me, Hisao, from the... Right, I know that, man. What are you doing here, though? His dismissive attitude annoys me. Huh? Oh, you did? Oh my god, you did! Alright, cool. His dismissive attitude annoys me. He must be the type who really gets focused on his work, hating to be disturbed by anyone until he's done, I suppose. While we talk, the sound of Kanako's... That's not Kanako. That is not Kanako. Hanako's footsteps as she walks out from behind me reminds me that she's here. I was just going to help with the banner. Hanako and I, that is. Hello? Or, hey, I guess it's okay. Wow, he's being somewhat... He's being normal. I hope. As soon as Hanako enters the equation, his demeanor takes a complete about face. His suddenly faux hospitality is slightly unsettling. Oh, right, women. On second thought, this may not be, this may not have been a great idea after all. No, it's Kenji. He believes there's going to be a war between men and feminists. There's more to it, but that's all you really need to know. Pretty sure, pretty sure, Harry Potter's outfit was not green. Hanako and I grudgingly sent ourselves down on the opposite side of the cloth banner to Kenji, noting the several small paint tins on the ground around it. 3-2 noodle stall? You guys are selling noodles at the festival on Sunday? Yeah, some stalls outside or something. Or something. His non-committal nature sparks a fair amount of suspicion on my behalf. The task at hand comes first, though. So, how about you want to split this? We do orders while you do the next? Or do you want to switch and do the borders? Dex is mine, you do borders. You know, something's got me wondering, is there Braille for Japanese? There is. Why? I use Braille different in every language. It seems... I mean, yeah, fair, but like, why? I mean, like, there's some... Like, why not just make it one thing? Like, one thing everyone can understand. It's like the... Something tells me sign language is different in each language, too. It isn't. It isn't. Why must there be borders and everything? He has surprisingly strong feelings on the topic. I reach to grab a brush. I notice Hanako's already debating between colors to use. By the time I put my brush to cloth, she's already started to on a delicate pattern. Looks like my idea of taking her mind off everyone around her worked. With a dark blue stroke, the three of us silently get to work. Not before Kenji takes advantage of Hanako's working to lean towards me and whisper conspiratorially, though. Okay, man, why are you here? Hanako just wanted to help find Lily, that's all. She... Not she. He, apparently, disapproves of my motivations. I get it. Looks like I misjudged you. You're infiltrating them, aren't you? Going deep undercover? Should have guessed letting the truth slip by him would probably be better than outright lying or annoying him in any case. Is that why you're here? Obviously, it sucks, but there's no better way to get intel than going in yourself. Gotta stick together, man. This is a harsh school, a harsh world. Yes, very harsh. He misses my true meaning as he leans back, satisfied. I'm sympathetic to his cause. I Better get down to work. Finished. Looks like I am too. Good job. Two of us connect the lines of our patterns. Mine being as close as a copy as I could manage of hers. With a grunt, I lever myself up from the floor and look around. Aside from Hanukkah and myself, there's only Kenji left finishing off a sign as well as Lily and a couple students talking among themselves in the classroom. Looking at my watch, it's no surprise it's getting pretty late. Need a hand? Offer my Offer my hand to Hanako, which she uses to get herself up. As she does, I can't help but glance at her wrist. If her scars extend even to there, just how much of her body was burned. I feel a pang of guilt about it, however, as she quickly covers her wrist with her other hand. Looks good, doesn't it? She looks surprised for a moment before noticing I mean the banner. It does, I guess. Her smile shows that she feels a slight sense of pride in the result, just as I do. With the floor significantly neater for the decorations being placed on desks and shelves, it's much easier to get to Lily as we cross the room. We've finished the banner. I guess that's all that needs to be done. Lily gives an appreciative nod. Thank you, Hisao, Hanako. If there's any way I can thank you, it's fine. Beats sitting in my room studying at any rate. I don't mind either. She not. So the story is, the well, the story is, well, it goes sort of kind of like, but, you know, it's, I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny to put it there. I can't tell if that's a carrot or bread. Also, why did you post bread and lettuce? Why are you confused? Why are you confused, Rez? Why are you... It kind of just looks like you want to fucking the lettuce sandwich. I don't. Eh. She nods before suddenly remembering one last person. Oh, is Kenji still there? Is still here? Just as I open my mouth, Kenji gives the answer from the other side of the room. Yeah, I just finished. He carefully slides his sign onto an empty section of shelf to dry, before quickly walking past us and out the door. See ya, man. Bye. The remaining two students say their goodbyes, and to Lily before taking their cue to leave as well, leaving only the three of us. Well, I guess that's everyone. I hope we don't have to do anything like that again. You want me to play it again? You want me to play it again? I mean, like... I mean, I could, but like... mean, like, but like, why would I? That seems like a bad idea. Anyway, working past school time? Indeed, the class's plans this year were ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. Stalls look nice, though. She's right. It shows that a lot of work's gone into them. My. I'm sure a lot of us would be glad to hear that. At least now there's not much work to do till the festival itself. It's getting pretty late. Should we go? It's probably a good idea. Are you going back to the dorms as well, he said? Yeah, I guess I'll tag along. This is very obviously a daytime picture with a filter over it. Man, this game had the budget of that sandwich Seismic posted. The nighttime lighting really makes the gardens look quite different compared to the usual look of lush greenery. Things are much more calm. Being that it's so late, the lack of students around probably helps. The odd one or two can be seen scurrying to and from the dorms, trying to eke the most out of their approaching curfews, but no more. All that can be heard is our footsteps, in addition to Lily's cane regularly, gently tapping the ground in front of her. It's nice to finally be able to relax a bit after the mad rush during school. Without even noticing it, I let out a small yawn. Tired? Yeah, so getting used to the flow of things, I guess. The thing with Shizune took me kind of off guard, though. I grit my teeth a little at the candid mention of their rather public spat. That said, I do want to sort out what the... That said, I do want to sort out what in the world was behind it. About that. I'm sorry about it being so public, Shizune, and I go back... Yeah, Shizune and I go back some ways. Her voice seems lightly irritated as she remembers Shizune, obviously unwilling to discuss it any further. I glance to Hanako for her views on this, but her expression is unsurprisingly evasive and difficult to read. Either way, I guess her apologizing for it is something, even if my curiosity goes unanswered. I'll be glad once the festival is over in any case. The change of topics welcome, clearing the thickening air quickly. Hey, Seismic, when you put your phone in your pocket, do you mean, like, do you have like headphones, like earbuds in, or like, or like, do you? Are you just like playing it aloud while you walk? I'd like to know. Not for any specific reason. Damn. I can't, play some choice noises through your phone so everyone near you can hear. Get a pizza. Get a Hawaiian. Get a Hawaiian pizza. The change of topics welcome, clearing the thickening air quickly. I can imagine. My school's festivals were a lot more low-key than this. Yamaku stresses the idea of the school community, so the staff likes to make our festivals and such special occasions. And yet the students are the ones who do the work. What an unfair world. Hanukkah and Lily both chuckle in agreement, observing the fact that none of the staff are around to hear our grumbling. I suppose coming from a strict all-girls school helped me, uh I thought that was his house saying it. I suppose coming from a strict all-girls school helped me a bit with Yamaku. Compared to there, Yamaku is much more relaxed. That go way towards explaining her well-bred speech. Stop calling it that. Stop calling it that, Hisao. Stop calling it that. It's not. Stop saying that. In any case, in any case, as we come up to the dormitories, it eventually comes time to leave for our respective rooms. See you, Lily and Hana. See you guys. The two girls give polite nods before. What? What prompted you to say that? Are you hearing things? Are you hearing things, Seismic? Are you going insane? Is the thing in the fridge human meat? The two both give polite nods before setting off to the women's dorms just next to the guys. As is to be expected of such an arrangement, there's a staff member casually patrolling around outside to prevent any nighttime shenanigans. Walking past him, I quickly stretch my arms and rub my neck, both quite sore after having worked on the floor for so long before walking to my room. But I don't. Wait, like by. You're confusing me. It feels good to actually have direction, though. After so long in the hospital, the everyday facts of studying homework, and teachers seems almost a blessing. They seem almost a blessing. I guess if things continue like this, my time at Yamaku might turn out okay. Adhering to the nurse's nagging voice in the back of my head, I set my alarm clock to wake me up early enough to go jogging again. I made a promise, and I'm going to keep it. Besides, Emmy is about to rat on me if I don't show up. That's not all bad. Hey, something I would like to mention. There was an Act 1 at the beginning of this. Like, just like at the beginning of the game. There has not been another one since. I don't. I. I don't. I just. It's. I guess it's just one act. My morning alarm goes off, and I flail about uselessly for a while until I remember that I decided to give morning runs another shot. I don't know if this was my greatest idea, but I'm determined to keep going. This is about my health, after all. Sure, things haven't been great lately for me, but that hasn't made existence so intolerable that I'm not going to try everything I can to stay healthy. Besides, it's all about asserting some kind of control over this thing, right? If I can manage that, well, I can manage anything. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Once again, it would appear that I'm not alone in my run. Emmy has apparently been here for some time. It looks like she's already worked up a good sweat. Just when the hell does she come down here anyway? 2 in the morning. Oh, it's you. I'm surprised to see you again. Why is that? Well, not many people actually manage to come back for a second try. She frowns, seemingly annoyed by a passing thought. It's like the rest of the track team, for instance. Still, it was only supposed to be a volunteer basis, so it's not that big of a shock. I guess it's pretty early in the morning. Yeah, what time is it? Is it 6? Sunrise is by 6. At least now. A shrug, and suddenly it appeared. It's early. It's early. What kind of early? It's early. A shrug, and suddenly it appears that she's forgotten what she was talking about. The frown disappears entirely, and she seems to snap back to reality. So, come on then. What? You're here to run again, right? Well, yes. So come on. Find myself suddenly grabbed and yanked onto the track. Things seem to be mirroring yesterday's run. That is, I seem to be struggling, while Emmy moves with an effortless... seems to be moving... While Emmy moves with an effortlessness that I find enviable. It's incredibly bothersome, so... Yeah, it's incredibly bothersome to be so easily torn out. I know I should be patient, work toward things gradually, but it's difficult to stay positive about this. We round the track and start on our second lap. Emmy seems to have grown impatient keeping pace with me and begins to pull away. This is where I gave out yesterday. Will I be able to do more? Yeah, sure, go for it. What am I doing here? I'm really going to fold and let Emmy pull ahead. Speed up. Second lap's done quickly, and without even considering it, I keep going. And he looks back over her shoulder at me and grins. Still going? When... Not you. You think I'm out of shape. Emmy laughs without breaking her stride, no less, and speeds up even more. Well, this is the way we're going to play things. I increase my own pace as well. I can feel my lungs burning, my legs starting to question what the hell I'm thinking doing. Lactic acid screams in my muscles. But I close my ears. I can't let myself fall behind because that would be a loss. A rational voice in my head inquires mildly just when we start playing a game. I'd answer that, but I'm having a lot of trouble thinking at present. She's so fast. How the hell does she keep... oh. It's like a string pulling at my chest, a choking feeling of narrowness and pain. Before I can think of anything else other than... Oh shit. The track suddenly disappears from under my feet. I stumble onto one hand, shooting down the clutch of my chest, the other hitting the track to keep me from falling on my face. Emmy rolls around, her eyes widen. Isao! She yells at me, sprinting from the other side of the track. What's wrong? Nothing, just keep your breathing steady. Calm down. Don't panic. Don't panic. You need to get the nurse? Close my eyes, shutting out the outside world. My heart struggles to regain its rhythm. Slowly, the pain in my chest begins to subside. Soon, it's gone like nothing happened. Was it nothing? No, something happened there. I open my eyes and glance at a very worried Emmy. I think I'm fine. My voice sounds weird even to myself, oddly even in matter of fact. Makes Emmy frown. I don't think you are. Right, you're coming with me. You got to see the nurse. Emmy grabs my arm and drags me. I feel a bit wobbly, but I refuse to shoulder Emmy offers for support. Amish, I'm a little... Yeah, honestly, I'm a little ashamed of my own weakness. I'd rather not have Emmy concerned about me, but it seems it seems to be too late. Heck, I'd really rather not have anyone concerned about my condition. This... Ugh. Though at this point, it seems to be too late for that as well. I'd like to be able to deal with the whole thing on my own, without being a bother to anyone else. While I'm wishing for things, I'd rather not have this condition in the first place. Nurse. Emmy crashes into his office without knocking, but it doesn't alarm the nurse in the least. Good morning, sunshine. What's up? Sunshine? Anyway, he calmly sips from his coffee, but lays it down Anyway, he calmly sips from his coffee, but lays it down after following Emmy's gaze to me looming in the doorway. Isao, what brings you here? You're running, and he stumbled over and grabbed his chest, and I thought, easy there, Emmy. Calm down. Alright. We were running, and he stumbled over and started grabbing at his chest, and I thought I'd come get you and make him wait here, but you said he was okay, but then I thought you should see him anyway, and... Easy there, Emmy. Calm down. You saw what happened? I don't know. We were running, and then my chest started hurting like that time before. But it went away after a few seconds. It was just a flutter or something. The nurse frowns, as if to say just a flutter is some kind of oxymoron. It didn't mean quite this when I suggested to get some exercise. Got to be more careful, he said. I was being careful, I just, come to think of it, I just got into a race with a member of the track team. Doesn't seem as well reasoned as I thought it would. You just what? That was racing on me. I mean, is this true? And he fidgets, looking adorably contrite? That's a word? Well, finally she can't seem to bring herself to say it aloud and merely nods. The nurse sighs and rubs at his forehead with one hand tiredly. Emmy, you've got to be more sensitive to the limits of others. I don't know if he told you, but Hisao has a bad heart, and getting him to race you was incredibly irresponsible. Actually, I started it. Nurse is stunned by my statement. You what? You're just running, and Emmy started to pull away, and so I sped up to catch her. Nurse stares at the ceiling, mutters a prayer for patience to some god or another, and looks back down at the both of us. So you're both stupid. That's a comfort, I guess. Now, come on, Hisao. I've got to make sure your heart's not going to explode or something. I dutifully obey and follow him to the adjacent room, where we ascertain that I am, in fact, not going to keel over and die. So, how does it feel? I don't know. Nothing much. Tired, but might just be from the exercise. You should stay here for a few hours and rest. We'll see how you feel after that. Not going to eject, so I lie down in the infirmary bed. What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? Anyway, I gotta take a piss, so I'm back. Oh, I should I read that? A thoroughly miserable Emmy comes in after getting an earful from the nurse in the other room. You can hear what he said through the closed door, but I'm sure it wasn't pleasantries. Look, I'm really, really sorry. I should have been more careful. Hey, you didn't know. It wasn't. Yeah, it's not your fault. She looks awfully down, and she looks awfully down and sorry. And my reassurance is, don't do anything much to cheer her up. I want to make it up to you. Again, with a decisive nod. See, so you have to come to lunch with me. I'll bring it for you, okay? Something really, really good. I start with a, you don't have to, but then shut up and just nod when I see her face. Good. Me on the roof. We? Yep. The weather's nice now, so the roof's a great spot for lunch. You know, I see. You'll come, right? You wouldn't deny me the chance to make it up to you. Of course not. On the roof, I wonder if anyone else is going to be there. Great, see you there. I stay afloat somewhere between asleep and awake, feeling completely drained. Not only my body, but all of me is limp and paralyzed apart from my senses. Swallow with difficulty and then try to lie as still as I can. Which in this state is not a very hard thing to do. The nurse is shuffling around on the other side of the curtains he drew to give me privacy. I can see his shadow lifting around, shifting about in the sunlight. He has opened the window of his office. It's windy outside. Clean white curtain flutters in the breeze in a heavy, lazy motion, like waves. And the battles are waves. Light sifts through them slowly, half absorbing into the fabric. Close my eyes. The breeze on my face feels like soft fabric of the curtains. I listen to the sound of my heartbeat for a moment, trying to shut out the sound of the nurse tapping away on his computer and my own heavy breathing. That's steady. Damn it, not even a week, and I end up like this again. I really screwed up this time. I should have known better than to play the half-baked sports star in front of a real one. Why'd I try to act brave, like my heart flutter was no big deal? Even when it was obvious it was. It was just a reflex. Try to push it away, keep it inside. I didn't want it to happen. I didn't want Emmy to see it. Stupid. Have to be more careful or I will end up in the hospital again, or worse. It's my final thought before I give in to the tiredness. I fell asleep again? For how long? What time is it? I'm feeling a little lightheaded, and I keep blinking compulsively. Pushing the curtain aside, I squint my eyes against the unfiltered light pouring in from the window. The texture of the canvas feels nothing like the wind did before. The nurse looks up from his work, sitting exactly where he was before. How are you feeling? Can't really tell, so I don't answer anything. Feeling kind of groggy from falling asleep at such a weird time. Hopefully I don't look too weird. What time is it? He croaking the question to gain some orientation, the nurse looking at his wristwatch before answering. Things seem to happen in slow motion. 10:15. Try to think for a moment what that means, but I'm not really sure. You didn't answer my question, Lisa. Oh, fine. Oh, wait. Ah, fine. Climb down from that bed then. Let's see how you're doing. Don't try to do exactly that, only to sway dizzily when I move too fast. A nurse moves to support me by an arm and sighs. Stand up too quickly is what I was going to say. Just sit there, I'll check your pressure to make sure. My good intentions sure lasted for a long time. I shut up, embarrassed myself while the nurse gets busy with an old-fashioned contraption in my arm. After a couple of minutes, he puts it away, looking neither pleased or unhappy. You alright? It stopped spinning? Yeah. Good. And how are the contents doing? What? You didn't show very good judgment out there, he saw. I swallowed the retort I was going to make. It was what I was thinking is what I was thinking myself. It's what I was thinking myself. But hearing it stated by someone else makes me want to protest. That's what he's saying is not pleasant to hear. Doesn't make him any less right. No, sir. He nods, still looking as neutral as he was before. It would be easy to be angry at him if he said, "told you so," or something, but he doesn't. I can try and help you to keep your breath. Keep your health. But ultimately, the last call lies with you. Hopefully this little episode will be something that will remind you of that. Here, a note. A note for your teacher, to avoid an interrogation. I take the slip of paper he's offering, and then make my leave, as I can't think of anything else to say, nor even really want to. Stay out of trouble, you hear me? I don't think it was anything but a scare, but next time could be different. I hear you. There's some way to get to the school building straight from the auxiliary building, but I'm not keen to find out and possibly get lost, so I go from the exit that I know works. I stop at the stairs of the auxiliary building. Anyway. The sun stings my eyes, so I head towards the dorms. The halls are quiet as the courtyard was. As quiet as the courtyard was. Naturally, so since everyone is in class, I knock lightly on the door of 3-3 and push open the door when Muto calls from the other side. Sorry I'm late. 15 pairs of eyes turn to me. Wait. Good morning, Nakai. Muto seems to be somewhat confounded by my coming in late state, as if I interrupted his flow or something. Judging by the rambling lectures his classes tend to be, that might be the case. I pass him the note the nurse gave me. Muto takes it with a nod and reads it quickly. He lifts his eyebrows and gives me a stern look, but doesn't say anything. Just nods solemnly again. I shrug as he gestures me to run along, so I naturally do. The class goes on lazily. I think I'm starting to get into the rhythm of the school. I've even stopped worrying about taking notes and being overly attentive. The first days, I was pretty high-strung in class. Muto finishes his lecture about electricity early. Now he is a science teacher. But continues without a pause about the festival. So, as you know, the festival is on the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Have a good time, but also come Sunday, please keep the meaning of this festival in your minds. Games and fried food. Everyone bursts out in laughter, and so do I. Yes, thank you, Mikado. But But I can't even. I got the text history. But what I meant was more the remainder of his sentence buried beneath the ring of the lunch bells, and everyone starts packing their things. Muto deliberates for a moment, but since almost nobody seems to pay attention anymore, he gives up and sits down. It's crowded in the hallway, or as crowded as hallways in the school probably get. Most of the students seem to be heading down for the cafeteria. I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone in a wheelchair. Normally, I'd join the flow and grab a lunch myself, but today's different. Today, I've been invited to lunch on the roof. An odd location, but that's where I was told to go. Fortunately, I managed to find shelter from the storm and leave the classroom door. Eventually, the torrent subsides, and I step tentatively out into the hallway, only to be met by Emmy, who comes flouncing down the hallway like a cannonball. Hey, hi, Sal. Great timing. I have super extra lunch today, as promised. Let's go upstairs. The stairway to the roof is a little dilapidated, but it's clearly been used recently. At the top of the stairs is a door, complete with missing padlock. I wonder who the intrepid individual was that removed the lock. The floor on the roof looks weird. Or I guess the roof looks weird. I don't know. Is it the floor of the roof, or is this just the roof? Is it the roof? Is the roof's a roof? Roof? Rufus? Honestly, I have no fucking idea what I'm saying anymore. Emmy shoves the door open and steps beaming into the sunlight. Suddenly, a tall, dark stranger appears out of nowhere, imposingly in front of us. Emmy flinches back, almost falling back down the stairs. Eek, hello. Oh, it's Ren. Yipes, you scared me, Ren. Wait, isn't she? Hello. Oh, they both have green eyes. Noticing that Ren is speaking to me, Emmy looks curiously at me. Wait, what did she say? You two know each other? I look confusedly at Emmy. She's that friend of yours? Ren has turned her gaze towards the clouds drifting above the school. I didn't know you knew this person, Emmy. The awkward silence lasts only for a few seconds until Emmy lets out a tiny giggle, shrugging the coincidence off. I invited Hisao for lunch, if you know him. That's just better. Does that mean I don't get food? Or did you invite him for lunch without the punch? Neither. I have food for three. Nice thinking. They walk to the other eh. They walk to the other end of the roof while I stay at the clock tower. There's a clock tower. Taking in the atmosphere. There's nobody else. There's nobody else but us here. I guess the roof is not as popular as it is in other schools. A few rundown benches and tables are scattered around the edges, perhaps in an attempt to make the rooftop look a little less desolate. Small pebbles covering the roof rattle beneath our feet. Those are rocks. I peek through the chain link fence to take a look at the school grounds and beyond. Students are strolling in pairs and groups around the quadrangle? Quadrangle. Quadrangle. And at the cafeteria. A few delivery trucks are driving past the school towards the convenience store nearby. Somewhere a watchdog barks at a passerby. Somehow, when I look towards the town center... the town center of... Fuck. Somehow, when I look towards the town center, the small town feels... The small town feel strikes me very strongly, almost palpably. The hectic lifestyle of big metropolises seem so far away and foreign here. Nobody has to run to catch a bus, like their life depended on it, or get their senses overloaded by the neon lights and traffic jams. I feel surprisingly optimistic about this new life of mine. Looking at my new hometown, even if it's going to be mine for only one short year. Finding out about my illness and having to move away from finding out fuck brain bad finding out about my mental illness and having to move away from my home all came so suddenly. I haven't had time to think how I feel about it. When I step out of the shadow of the clock tower and to the open, I feel warmth touching my back. The sun shines from a perfectly clear, cerulean sky. A cool breeze sweeping over the rooftop makes me shiver, but only briefly. The wind carries the scent of trees and flowers, not smog and car exhaust like it used to, just a few weeks ago. Emmy settles on the bench with Ren in tow and produces one big, two small lunch boxes from her bag. What? Come on, Hisao, what are you waiting for? She's beckoning me to join them. Making room on the already small bench. Good. In-game, we're gonna eat lunch. It's Japanese, so I don't know what it's going to be. The women are close. They're close. Wait a second. So... Okay, I guess not. And my mouse becomes black when... Anyway. Oh shit. I seat myself on the corner of the... I almost said blench. Of the bench to take as little space as possible. It's pretty cramped, but somehow all three of us fit on it. Impressive view. Emmy suppresses a giggle and places a lunchbox in front of Ren, and hands another lunchbox to me. Here you go. Lunch is promised. Homemade, no less. I'm impressed. Wow, this looks really good. I wish I could see it. Thanks, I make them myself when I can. Conversation dies off as I set about the business of feeding myself. After a few bites, I glance up and notice Ren deftly opening the lunchbox and popping a forkful of food into her mouth using only her feet. Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but be impressed at her dexterity. Also a reminder of the sort of place I'm in right now. Will I ever get used to sights such as this? Her eyes look somewhat her gaze looks somewhat vacant again. Like, that eye's looking that way, that eye's looking that way. Kinda. More like forward. She got a lazy eye. I can't decide if getting used to such a thing would be a good thing or a bad thing either. Does getting used to this place mean that I'm giving up on being a normal person? Or does that mean I'm becoming more understanding about those around me? I'm distracted from my thoughts by the sight of Emmy tearing into her lunch as if it had insulted her ancestors. You seem pretty hungry. Emmy looks up, mouth half full, and swallows before nodding. My morning run always works up an appetite, which is great, because then I burn through lunch pretty quickly. Helps me keep my girlish figure. And what would happen if you lose it? Would you become a man? I nearly choke on my lunch trying not to laugh. It's a figure of speech. Does your figure have to run in the mornings too? Do you always talk like this? Talk like what? Like what? I think that answers my question. Never mind. So, you know, looking at them, I think they have different art styles, but I can't tell. I struggle to think of I struggle to think of small talk and settled it on the obvious question. How do you two meet? Rin seems content to let Emmy answer this question. Someone in the housing department thought we'd complement each other well, so we were assigned rooms next to one another. Complement each other. Like shoes in the suit. Huh? Emmy giggles at my confusion. Put us together and we've got all our limbs. Get it? So I started helping Rin get ready in the mornings, and that was that. I mean, you can't help someone get dressed every morning and not get along. I see. Rin chooses this moment to interject. I have trouble with shirts. That seems fairly obvious. Really? Kind of? This isn't helping, but at least Emmy seems to find the whole thing funny. That, combined with the fact that Ren is genuinely curious, makes me feel slightly better, yet confused. I mean, you've got no arms, so putting on a shirt seems like one of those things that would be difficult. You know, I'm just going to stop talking now. Wouldn't it be difficult for, like, everything, though? Like, you don't... Does she pull up her pants with her toes? She that dexterous. Can she fold in on herself like a piece of paper? It'll save me a lot of trouble in the long run. Ren nods in what I suspect to be a sage manner. I see. Conversation dies as I turn my attention back to my lunch. It's really quite good. Emmy finishes her lunch and makes a contented noise. Ah, that was good. She blushes. Not... As she busies herself with cleaning up her lunch, Rin speaks. Up. I'm thirsty. Ah, I almost forgot about that. Sorry. With a flourish, she reaches into her bag and removes a trio of juice boxes. She tosses me one that appears to be cranberry juice, one to Rin that appears to be some kind of strawberry milk, complete with a pink color scheme, and keeps an equally pink box of some sort of fruit punch for herself. Rin dexterously stabs her straw into the top of her box and begins to drink. Once again, I'm impressed by how flexible she is, but this time I keep my comment to myself. Somehow I don't think either Emmy or Rin are the sorts of people to think twice about the way they think around their particular disabilities. Rin especially so. Indeed, she gives off the impression of being entirely unaware that she's missing any limbs at all. Whether or not that's a conscious decision is another matter. I'm honestly not sure. So, Hisao, how do you like it up here? It's quite nice, actually. I like high places for the view. I am terrified of high places. Not because I'm afraid of heights. I'm afraid of falling. Thanks for inviting me up here. And for the lunch, too. Emmy grins, a 1,000-watt grin. Pleased by my response, I suppose. What else is the song called? Air guitar. Why is it called, though? Emmy grins, a 1,000-watt grin. Pleased by my response, I suppose. No problem. Feel free to eat with us next time too, okay? I won't make you a lunch, but you can bring your own up here. Oh, lunch service. I don't know. If he looks mock offended. Trying to take advantage of my good nature. The nerve. Well, if that's your answer, I guess Rin and I will just keep eating lunch all alone. I am suddenly assaulted by the most heart-rending puppy dog eyes I've ever seen as Emmy pouts. Kidding. I was kidding. I was eating... I'd love to eat lunch up here again. Good location, and the company's okay, too. Me frowns a bit at my declaration of okay, but seems happy enough that I've accepted her invitation. Invitation. I guess this makes us friends now. Or at least acquaintances. As the lunch bell rings. The lunch bell rings, signaling a return downstairs. Ren, don't forget to finish your lunch again. I wasn't that hungry. If you don't eat more, you're going to fade away. Ren shrugs as if this is an acceptable risk. Come on, we better get going. The three of us... Hey, does she have those toe shoes? Oh, probably not. Like, whatever. The three of us head downstairs. Yeah, the three of us head down the stairs together. The afternoon class passes. Once again, I find myself without a plan for something to do after school, so I head to the library to return a couple of the books I finished reading. Walking inside, I see that there are about as many students here as there were on Tuesday. What day is it? All the more evident from the almost total silence enveloping the room. As I drop the books I'd borrowed into the return slots in the counter, Yuko suddenly pops up from behind it, quite startled from the banging they make as they hit the trolley next to her. Sorry, Yuko. Didn't mean to startle you. No, that's fine. It happens a lot. I'm used to it by now. Can I help you? It's okay. I think I know where everything is. Thanks anyway. Suppose I'll grab another book or two while I'm here. There's not much else to do, and after reading so much during my stay in the hospital, it's become a hard habit to break. Wander down to the fiction section towards the back of the library, scanning bookshelves or anything that catches my eye. As I do, I look over to the corner where Hanako had been the last time I was here, not really expecting anything to come of it. Surprisingly, though, she's there, absorbed completely in a fairly thick book. I decided against intruding on her like last time, and get back to finding reading material. After an indiscernible amount of time spent pursuing aisles, I finally decided on a couple of books to slide them off the shelf. With a minimum of fuss, I quickly walked over to the counter, check out my books, and pop them into my bag as I walk out. By the time I leave the main building, sunset isn't too far away. A small trickle of students remain, but the majority have left. Presumably to their homes and dorms. Feeling utterly drained, I head to my room to read the books I borrowed. There's been enough excitement for one day already. First is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. I know the story, of course, but I've never actually read the book. It's just as trippy as I remember the story to be, with the wacky characters and nonsense plot. Start thinking of myself as some kind of Alice 2, haplessly tumbling down the rabbit hole into this cripple wonderland. Okay, that's a rather strong expression. Still, the isolated location and the overt way the school accommodates to absolutely everything is unsettling. It's like another world. I wonder why I can't shake the feeling of being an outsider like Alice, despite most everyone being so hospitable and friendly with me. Turning another page, my mind starts drifting further away from the book. It's quiet. I can hear my heartbeat thumping against the fabric of my shirt. For some reason, it makes me feel really bad. It has since that time in the forest with Iwanika. Like I was locked in a cage with something nasty and scary. That's old. I put the book down for a while and stare at the ceiling, taking my time to shake off the feeling. 200 pages later, fall asleep. Oh, my mouse is there. Wow. It's barely visible. Ah, it's Saturday. Just like in real life. Okay. This seems like enough. Seems like enough, Katawa Shoujo. Who is this? Like, really, why is he here? Well. Okay. That is all for stream. That is all for stream, so I guess I guess we but we're not done yet. We still have the rest of the song to finish.